30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report.
We're going to give this one more try. Can you hear me now through our test site? We may be having some technical problems on live. You can hear me? Awesome. Good deal. All right, everybody. We'll be back in a minute with our first guest. Thanks, everybody. We are back here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C. for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, being sponsored and hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. So yesterday, late in the day, we got this amazing video, and I wanted to take a second and share it with our audience. So take a look at this. This came in yesterday.
Celebrate Adult Education Family Literacy Week. Video and help us to celebrate Adult Education Family Literacy Week.
Wow, was that awesome or what? So if you have any videos out there that was actually taken by South Carolina Adult Education, and if you have any videos out there you'd like to share, please send them to us. We'll pop them on. We'll get them on. We'll be showing them throughout the day. Even if there's a proclamation or award that you're giving out, we love to share it. We love to hear your success stories, and thank you for joining us. Our first guest will be up shortly, so hang in there. We'll be right back at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week.
am the Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Higher Education Department. I am
We are back at the command center, and now we got another video. It just came in live. We're gonna get right to New Mexico. So New Mexico is sharing out. Here we go.
Hello from sunny New Mexico. I am Stephanie Rodriguez, and I am the Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Higher Education Department. I am so incredibly honored to be named a national champion of adult education by the Coalition for Adult Basic Education. Adult education and literacy is near and dear to us in New Mexico, and supporting these programs remains a top priority for us. Our department oversees 26 adult education programs at colleges, universities, and community organizations, and we also proudly partner with the New Mexico Corrections Department. I am proud of the work we accomplish each and every day for our fellow New Mexicans and families, and we are no stranger to the fact that a high school equivalency credential opens the door to so many new opportunities, including rewarding careers, college degrees, or additional career training. Last legislative session in New Mexico, we increased our adult education division's budget from $6.7 million. Because of our advocacy and outreach to policymakers, we are proud to report that we increased enrollment from over 8,000 students, a decline we experienced during the pandemic, to 10,157 adult education learners right here in our home state of New Mexico. Next year, we're ready to ask our state to increase the adult education budget to $9 million. Why? Because these programs help New Mexicans prepare to earn their high school equivalency credential, gain English language literacy and numeracy, learn English as a second language, and train for careers. This work goes beyond one life. It impacts generations and the overall well-being of families in our state. As a matter of fact, it did that for me. An amazing team of educators saw me struggling. They came together to build me up and help me graduate and make a decision to enroll in college. It was their faith in me that helped me at a time of adversity and allowed me to become one of the youngest cabinet secretaries of any education sector in the United States. I was asked to tell you why adult education is important to me. Well, when I was in high school, my family began to experience some hardships, and that made it difficult for me to continue with school. As my sister's path began to muddle, my mother expended all her love, time, and energy into saving her life, and my father worked full-time to support our family, all while fostering my 2-year-old nephew. I was an A and B student, but soon began to disengage from high school and fail nearly all of my classes. My parents were called into an emergency meeting and were told I was going to be dropped from school by the school's vice principal. Fortunately for me, after the meeting, I ran into our high school's principal, who happened to be my middle school principal and lived down the street from my family. Instead of dropping me out of school completely, she worked with my parents and enrolled me in our school's learning center, located on the other side of campus. You see, the Learning Center was an adult education pilot program that worked with students from the local high school and engaged us one-on-one to receive a high school equivalency or our diploma. Through these classes and the encouragement of my new adult education teacher, I continued on to the University of New Mexico, where I am standing today, to pursue a bachelor's and master's degree at the School of Architecture and Planning. To date, I have had the privilege of working in Congress, across state government, and now I have the honor of serving as the New Mexico Secretary of Higher Education and being a supporter of our colleges, universities, adult education and literacy programs, and one of the state's most successful college and career readiness programs. My very personal story is not one I share a lot. There's a lot of repair that my family continues to go through to this very day. And my amazing parents are raising my niece and nephew as their own. But I'm putting down my walls to let you know that our work, our engagement with families, and most importantly, your belief in your students matter like it did mine. Thank you for allowing me to be a national champion of adult education. But please know that my work is fueled by the educator who believed in me and to those of you watching this video and listening to my story. I'm sending countless praises and pure gratitude to the educators, community members, and students who make it possible for New Mexico adult learners and their families to succeed.
Wow, that's impactful stuff. That is great. Thank you so much for sharing that and that story. We'll be replaying that throughout the day. We're getting more videos that are coming in, but these are the stories that change adult learners and change lives across our country. And you can see that within adult education, where it can take you to become secretary of a state's adult education department, which is pretty remarkable. So again, we're going to keep those clips coming, and if you have anything you want to share out, please let us know. Get it to us today, and we'll make sure we get it on the air. We'll be on today here in Washington, and tomorrow and Friday, Thursday and Friday, we will be on all live all day long as well, and we have lots of guests coming on throughout the day. So we'll be right back. We are back here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., and we have a awesome guest. Andrew Roberts is here from the Barbara Bush Foundation, and really excited to have him on. We're here in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We've been here all week. We'll be remote here in Washington. We were here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll be continuing this for Thursday and Friday, so you'll be able to see us and keep those videos going. We saw a great video from the Secretary of Education for the state of New Mexico, and one of our, Renee Rivers, one of our SAFE COABE fellows, sent a wonderful video that we got to share with you as well. So lots going on, a lot of guests coming through, and we're really excited. And I want to welcome in Andrew Roberts. Andrew, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Thank you so much for having me today, Jeff.
No, thank you for all your work, and the Barbara Bush Foundation, Family Literacy Foundation. We're super excited to have you on, and I think we need to start really with the basics, because we want the world to know what the Barbara Bush Foundation and Family Literacy is all about. So, why don't you, if you can, just introduce yourself, tell us a little about the great work of Barbara Bush Foundation.
Happy to do so. Thank you so much. So my name is Andrew Roberts. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy. The organization has been around since our founder was in the White House, and it was historically kind of focused on grant giving to literacy organizations around the country. But more recently, we had a pretty substantial shift in strategy. We kind of moved from Florida back up to the DC area, and we shifted from a grant giving organization to one that is actually operating programs and interventions across the country. We do provide some youth-based programs, but the core focus of our work is really in adult literacy. And so we feel like the Barbara Bush Foundation is in a pretty unique spot. We are really focused on being a catalyst for change in the adult literacy field. And this role really shows up most strongly in our work around the National Action Plan and our focus on technology investments that kind of started with the Adult Literacy X Prize and continues on to this day through our King Technology Innovation Fund.
Sorry, there you go. So we could probably spend a few hours talking about all the things you just laid out there, but let's start first with the action plan. So I had the privilege of serving on one of the committees that worked on some of the justice issues and impacted men and women going through our criminal justice systems and getting them smarter and skilled up. But what was the action plan, and tell us a little bit how that came to be.
Sure. So this work really stems from kind of as you just mentioned, a collaborative kind of planning work that the Barbara Bush Foundation kind of kicked off. I guess it was probably 3 years ago now. And it really ultimately resulted in like kind of the National Action Plan for Adult Literacy, which we launched alongside the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, in October of 2021. It was intended to really take the thinking and the ideas of a very broad and thoughtful field and try and distill it down to what can we do right now and what can we start to move the needle on if we're going to kind of solve this crisis that we find ourselves in. This work goes much beyond the Barbara Bush Foundation, as you pointed out. It involves a number of the big national players in adult education, all working together to kind of take bold new steps to bring about significant progress in adult literacy. And that's organizations like COABE, Pro Literacy, the American Libraries Association, World Education, and many more. We've kind of created this collaborative called All In, and we're really striving to make this, to make progress. The issue of adult literacy is way too big to tackle alone, right? And so it's going to take all of us, and that is why the work of All In is so important.
Yeah, so let's talk about All In. So I'm secretary of the board of COABE, so I'm really familiar with the All In project, but can you describe a little about what All In is all about?
Sure. It's really about bringing together all these different players in the adult literacy field under kind of a single umbrella to really make headway. I'm sure many of the people watching this are familiar with collective impacts initiatives in other fields. And ultimately, this comes to how can we kind of leverage this work more in concert, right? How can we leverage what each unique organization brings to the table and find ways to really tackle this this problem together? And so we're really looking at a number of ways to do that. There's a couple core areas that we're looking to address. Data is a big one. How do we kind of improve the data in the field? Most importantly, we want to make sure that we're keeping the adult learner at the center of this initiative. So how are we really meeting their needs as we're tackling these problems? We believe there's space for work in technology and data, as I mentioned. There's ways to kind of like professional development. How do we really come together around approaches for professional development that make sense? But ultimately, it's really about how do we bring all these different organizations together in a way that we can kind of amplify, almost like the sum of the part, the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, right? And so how can we all get together to really tackle this in a cohesive way?
We're celebrating adult education and family literacy this week, and we're up in Washington. We're meeting with legislators, not only here on Capitol Hill, but throughout the country, and at all different levels, from a local level, state level, federal level. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what's the messaging that we should be delivering to legislators as we talk to them?
To me, unfortunately, I don't know if everyone understands kind of the situation the country finds itself in, right? The numbers surrounding, this topic of literacy are pretty staggering. And yet, the investment in adult literacy from the state and federal levels have not really kept pace with the overall need. So I would really want them to understand that education is fundamental to some of the core issues that we face as a nation, right? And that, things like the economy, social mobility, health, children's future success, and so much more. So I would really want them to understand that some of the things we talk about politically, there's literacy is a through line that kind of spans throughout them. And so, really, we need to figure out how we're going to invest and kind of address this crucial service.
I was so glad to see a piece that British Robinson put out recently, which really was able to quantify economically the impact of adult literacy, adult education. And I got to tell you, it's in my package that I often cite to of those great statistics that sometimes are they're the wow factor. When you get a legislator and you have them one-on-one and you give them some of those numbers and they go just wow. And that was one of them. And so thank you for and British for authoring that report and getting it out there. It is impactful because adult education, until you understand that, the labor market demands that we face right now, they really start with the basic education, math and reading support, so that we can get people skilled up and get them into the jobs that are out there. And without that, that's where we really start facing the challenges, right? And that's where poverty lies right now.
Well, and that's the thing. I think we have to kind of, as a field, we have to make sure it's not literacy or education for literacy education's sake. I mean, yes, that's an important part of the work we do, but it connects to so many of these other topics, right? As you mentioned, the economy, workforce. What is the role of corporations in this? Well, everyone has this labor shortage, and yet so there's a solution here, right? If we can figure out how to get these people into the workforce and meet some of these needs. So 100%, I think the better job we can do connecting literacy to all these other topics that are going on, I think the more likely we are to really generate the funding and make some progress.
Yeah, for sure. So there are a lot of learners that are out there, some that are probably listening to this podcast and listening certainly to in the command center, what's going on this week. When it comes to messaging for learners that are out there, we know that persistence is a big challenge sometimes because life often gets in the way of adult education for our students, as well as some challenges for our instructors. And I love that you highlighted professional development as a key component of the work that you're looking to do, because it definitely, we need to support our teachers and we need to give them the resources and tools to really be successful in all of that. From a learner perspective, though, is there a message that Barbara Bush Foundation would like to share with the learners that are out there that are, making the struggle every day and making it happen?
I think anyone who's worked in this field knows how tough that struggle is for the learners, right? And it is not easy. People have lives, they have jobs, they have kids. Trying to find the time to kind of do this work is not easy. So I think our first message is just, as you mentioned, persistence. Stick with it. It's a critically important task, and I think the payoff or the reward at the end is huge, right? And I think we as a field also have a role. How can we remove the friction from this process as much as possible, right? The work that our teachers are doing, it's not always glamorous, it's not always highly visible, but it's hugely impactful and I hope very rewarding. And so, at the Barbara Bush Foundation, yes, we want to try and raise the visibility. I think we want to try and raise the funding for this important field, but I also think we have to figure out how do we remove some of the friction to make this as easy as possible for the learners. That is why we're investing in things like technology, right? How can we bring their services to them so they can tackle it on their timeline, in a way that works with their life? Because everyone's, life is different. Everyone's needs are different. And so I think the best, the more we can do to make it easy for people, the better. And so that's what we're really striving to do. But I would just urge all the adult learners out there to really stick with it. It's a hard transition to take, right? And I think, but I do think the payoff and the reward is worth it at the end.
Yeah, we've been talking throughout the week about the Digital Equity Act and the fact that that's coming into play across the country over the next year. Really, programs are starting to think about how do we use some funding that's going to come down for that. And I was glad that it's part of part of the work that the foundation's done. They've really targeted digital literacy and digital equity as one of the big platform things that they're going to try and tackle. And I'm curious, when it comes to the Digital Equity Act in particular, and making not only access and broadband access available, but also that education piece of digital education. Can you talk a little bit about the work and what the target is for the Barbara Bush Foundation on that?
Sure, no, happy to do so. So we have a couple pieces there. We are one of the early members of an initiative called N50, which is really about expanding kind of broadband access to areas around the country, or actually around the world, that didn't need it. But we were one of the early investors in technology around our work called the X Prize, right? That we did, and there was a lot of learnings that came out of that. The biggest one, though, I think, is that how crucial digital literacy is to the success of these type of initiatives. And not just digital literacy for the learner, though that is important as well, but actually even digital literacy for the teachers and the programs that are executing this work, right? The learners gonna have struggles with some of these tools, and so we have to make sure we're arming the actual educators to handle those as well. All right, and that was a big learning that we came through X Prize. So we have invested pretty heavily in a digital literacy initiative. It's a resource guide. You can get it on our website. That's really focused around how do we kind of build digital literacy skills across the entire field, both at the educator side and also provide really best practice tips for how to improve the digital literacy of the learners as well. And I will say, this also includes the developers of these solutions. A lot of times, digital tools are developed, they're so focused on the outcome and the learning that they kind of forget to build in that digital literacy piece up front. And that's just such a huge driver in the success of these tools. So I know our work in the King Technology Fund, we really work really hard to ensure that as we're working with these developers up front, we're really building this digital literacy piece into the design of the program right from the beginning.
I love it. So one of the things that really attracts me to the work that you do is in your name. And there are many programs and organizations out there that are doing great work when it comes to adult education and supporting it, and foundations and funding. But you have one word in there that every time I read it, I just say, I think they get it. And that's the word family. It's such an important part of the journey for an adult learner, and the impact is not only to that learner, but it's to the children and to the entire family unit when you talk about adult education and getting people smarter. And I was wondering, I know that was a priority for Barbara Bush herself, and she was always pushing education and the family, the piece of it. And I'm wondering what your perspective is and how you see that family unit and what role it plays in all this.
Sure. No, it is still a backbone of our programming. To your point, this was kind of Barbara Bush's legacy here, and we continue to strive towards that. I think if there's one thing we learned we probably learned more than one thing, but one of the things we learned through the kind of more recent COVID and the impact on schools was the disparity that having a parent there to engage and help with some of the digital school offerings, how important that was to the outcomes that those students received, right? And that's just like another reminder of how important the family unit is if you're going to tackle this issue. So we continue to offer, while our more recent strategy is a little bit more aimed at adults, we continue to offer youth programming through our Read Squad and through our Book Explorers initiatives, which are mentoring programs executed through schools. And we're actually pleased to announce this week, in celebration of AEFL Week, we partnered with World Reader to launch a new product called the Read Life Bookshelf. It's a reading collection for both adults and children, and educators, by the way. It's fully online. It's available across all of our platforms. It's bilingual in English and Spanish. And it really includes digital books for adults and children, including titles that are suited to the reading levels and interests of adult learners, along with guided activities for families to take on, right? So you read the book together, and then there's activities that you can do together to really kind of take those learnings and make them concrete for the family. And by the way, there are also complimentary resources for instructors as well. So, it's all, again, please go to our website. It's all there. But it just shows like this is our newest offering, and it shows how we're kind of really trying to stay true to that family in our name.
That is awesome. So give it to us again. What's the website that people can go to get some of this information?
BarbaraBush.org. Thank you so much. I should have plugged that more holistically. BarbaraBush.org. There's a learning resources tab, and these things will be in the resources tab or in our news tab, and we will continue to push them out. It will link you to our kind of platform of learning for educators. We have a new learning platform that we have kind of just debuted, and so you can get there. The easiest way is through BarbaraBush.org.
I love it. BarbaraBush.org. So I'm going to give it to you. I have here in Washington, our command center, we have this magic wand that we've been giving people, and we're going to hand it over to you now. And the magic wand is you can kind of bring anything to light that you want. You can wish for anything to make it real when it comes to adult education and family literacy. What's the magic wand that Barbara Bush is waving, and what's the change they'd like to see?
Oh, that's a hard one.
There's so many. I know.
There's so many things I would like to do. Ultimately, I think, it's really around making this connection to the economy, social mobility, how important literacy is. And I think to that, it then becomes, how do you work with legislators? I know President Biden's already done a lot of work on here. How do we kind of like really make sure that the investment that the federal government and state governments are commensurate with the impact that this work has on families and communities, right? I think a lot of times we think about the work here that we all do as impacting the individual, and that is 100% true. But I think when you impact the individual, you're also impacting their family and then ultimately their community. And so really, I would wave the wand and kind of double the federal funding for adult basic education.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Right? Because I think there's so many great organizations around this country. We happen to be kind of a national organization in DC, but there's so many great organizations tackling this challenge, and almost all of them struggle with funding, right? And so this is where I would kind of wave the wand. How many people can we reach if funding was not an issue, and how are we really going to kind of bring down these staggering numbers?
Wow, that's great stuff. So I'm really excited. COABE is a partner in the All In project, and we're really excited about it. We enjoy working with you, with your staff, and we're looking forward to where this collaboration, because it really does take a village. And I think the days of anyone thinking that they're going to move the needle by themselves is just not going to happen. We got to bring everybody to the table and work together to make it a thing and make the world a better place and this change happen. So give it to us again, the Barbara Bush Foundation, to reach you guys, get more information about the projects that are going on and those resources. How can they get to you?
Please, barbarabush.org is probably the best way, or follow our social channels, which are all pretty easy to find. It's not quite ready yet, but we will also be launching a lot more information on the All In initiative, which is, again, this collective action initiative together. There's a little bit of information on our website currently. You can see the National Action Plan for Adult Literacy there. And we are working to kind of get new content specific to All In up soon. So more to come on that. We'll make sure that will be promoted heavily on our website, on our social channels when it launches. But you can at least get access to the National Action Plan on our website. I would just encourage anyone listening to this to give that a read. I think we tried, to your point, to be really inclusive in that process, and the content from that came from I think over 120 people over across the field, really kind of weighed in through these working groups. You stated it right. It's going to take a village, right? And every organization kind of has unique skills and capabilities to bear. It's going to take all of them if we're going to solve this challenge. So, please reach in and engage. We'd love the more participation, the better.
All right, so I'm going to give you a personal one. So here's the personal one. I did some work in one of the working groups, and we worked on the justice issues and reentry. We have a tremendous number of people, over 2 million people in our country that are incarcerated, but over 100 million people in our country have a criminal background. And we spend a lot of time, and we have a lot of adult learners that have been justice impacted. And we certainly hope that the Barbara Bush Literacy Foundation will think about, making it a priority going forward. Correctional and reentry education is truly a big deal. And if we're going to stop our problems with mass incarceration and the revolving prison doors, then it really starts with education. And it is a family thing. It's a family event. Yep. So that's my personal plug. I had to put it in there because it is something that we want to make sure that that Barbara Bush Foundation really targets.
Well, 100%. You said it extremely eloquently. It's a major issue, right? And thinking about this from a practitioner standpoint, it's a very strong distribution channel for programming, right? Where we could get in there and make a real big difference for a large number of people. And again, I talked earlier about the importance of a family and a community. What literacy has on a family and a community. There's no better example than someone kind of getting out, not being reincarcerated. How are they integrating back? How are they able to find a job? How do we ensure they have the skill sets they need to do that? And so 100%, we at the Barbara Bush Foundation completely agree with you.
Love it. Love it. So if you're out there listening and you want to get some more information, go to barbarabush.org and check out the awesome resources. Keep your ears and eyes open for more about the All In project that's going forward. And COABE certainly is going to be right in the center of it. We're looking forward to that project. And thank you, Andrew, for being on today and for all that you guys do. Give a big shout out to British Robinson, the amazing work that she does. And keep those articles coming. We're looking at them, we're reading them, we're sharing them, and we want to keep it going. So thanks so much for joining us today. No,
thank you so much for having you. And as always, we're very thankful for, COABE's kind of support and of the All In initiative. But, you guys are a crucial part of this plan. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, we're back at the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. We'll be here all day today and tomorrow and Friday as well. And again, we're celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We're going to be back in a minute. Take a short break.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org. We are back at the Command Center, and Jeff Abramowitz here. I'm your host for the rest of the day in the Command Center and for tomorrow and Friday as well. If you have any videos or links, or if you want to come on live, you're welcome. We're going to be hosting a lot of guests throughout the day and the rest of the week, but please, excuse me, send your videos. We'd love to share them out. Here's one from Renee Rivers, a Safe Advocate Fellow for COABE, who shared from South Carolina. Take a look.
Who's next? Go, go, go,
Education Family Literacy Week. Thank you for watching our video and help us to celebrate Adult Education Family Literacy Week.
Wow, we are back. So Renee, thank you so much. That is just one awesome video, and I laugh. I love. I'm here with Bethel, and we're watching watching it on the screen, and we love the one with the flags of all the countries wherever all the students are from. Just remarkable work that's being done, and we'll be sharing that out again later on today so people can watch. I did want to take a second. We're waiting for a guest to pop on, but as soon as we do, we'll get them on. I wanted to share with you from New Mexico. The Secretary of Education sent in a video. I wanted to give that some play and some air. Just a crazy, remarkable story. So here you go. Take a look.
Sunny, New Mexico. I am Stephanie Rodriguez, and I am the Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Higher Education Department. I am so incredibly honored to be named a national champion of adult education by the Coalition for Adult Basic Education. Adult education and literacy is near and dear to us in New Mexico, and supporting these programs remains a top priority for us. Our department oversees 26 adult education programs at colleges, universities, and community organizations, and we also proudly partner with the New Mexico Corrections Department. I am proud of the work we accomplish each and every day for our fellow New Mexicans and families, and we are no stranger to the fact that a high school equivalency credential opens the door to so many new opportunities, including rewarding careers, college degrees, or additional career training. Last legislative session in New Mexico, we increased our adult education division's budget from $6.7 million. Because of our advocacy and outreach to policymakers, we are proud to report that we increased enrollment from over 8,000 students, a decline we experienced during the pandemic, to 10,157 adult education learners right here in our home state of New Mexico. Next year, we're ready to ask our state to increase the adult education budget to $9 million. Why? Because these programs help New Mexicans prepare to earn their high school equivalency credential, gain English language literacy and numeracy, learn English as a second language, and train for careers. This work goes beyond one life. It impacts generations and the overall well-being of families in our state. As a matter of fact, it did that for me. An amazing team of educators saw me struggling. They came together to build me up and help me graduate and make a decision to enroll in college. It was their faith in me that helped me at a time of adversity and allowed me to become one of the youngest cabinet secretaries of any education sector in the United States. I was asked to tell you why adult education is important to me. Well, when I was in high school, my family began to experience some hardships, and that made it difficult for me to continue with school. As my sister's path began to muddle, my mother expended all her love, time, and energy into saving her life, and my father worked full-time to support our family, all while fostering my 2-year-old nephew. I was an A and B student, but soon began to disengage from high school and fail nearly all of my classes. My parents were called into an emergency meeting and were told I was going to be dropped from school by the school's vice principal. Fortunately for me, after the meeting, I ran into our high school's principal, who happened to be my middle school principal and lived down the street from my family. Instead of dropping me out of school completely, she worked with my parents and enrolled me in our school's learning center located on the other side of campus. You see, the Learning Center was an adult education pilot program that worked with students from the local high school and engaged us one-on-one to receive a high school equivalency or our diploma. Through these classes and the encouragement of my new adult education teacher, I continued on to the University of New Mexico, where I am standing today, to pursue a bachelor's and master's degree at the School of Architecture and Planning. To date, I have had the privilege of working in Congress, across state government, and now I have the honor of serving as the New Mexico Secretary of Higher Education and being a supporter of our colleges, universities, adult education and literacy programs, and one of the state's most successful college and career readiness programs. My very personal story is not one I share a lot. There's a lot of repair that my family continues to go through to this very day, and my amazing parents are raising my niece and nephew as their own. But I'm putting down my walls to let you know that our work, our engagement with families, and most importantly, your belief in your students matter like it did mine. Thank you for allowing me to be a national champion of adult education. But please know that my work is fueled by the educator who believed in me, and to those of you watching this video and listening to my story. I'm sending countless praises and pure gratitude to the educators, community members, and students who make it possible for New Mexico adult learners and their families to succeed.
We're here again at the command center. There's something we haven't done yet, and I wanted to spend a minute just to thank everyone behind the scenes that's helping to make the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week a success here in Washington and across the country. First, I want to start off by thanking our state advocate fellows from the COAPE program. Our state advocates are in most states, and they are out there really going through an intensive program of learning how to be an advocate in their state to push the envelope for adult education at a local level and also at a state level, and doing some federal work as well. But a lot of the videos that you've seen throughout the week are actually coming in from our state fellows. And I should also mention that we've had so many proclamations from governors and mayors and legislators this over the course of the past few weeks. Celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We really want to give a huge shout out to all those state fellows, the advocates that are out there doing this great work. I'd be super remiss if we didn't spend a minute and just thank the president and the president of COAPE, Jody Angelone, who is our fearless leader and just has guided this ship for all of her tenure as president, and does some amazing work in bringing us all together and keeping us on task. And thank you, Jody. We also got to see yesterday a few people. Don Finn, a past president, was here. Don actually did a few podcasts for us while we were here taping the other day. And I know Regina Suit has been here, and she's doing some great work, been meeting with legislators while she's up here. We had a chance to have dinner last night all together. Shaketta Thomas is here. Shaketta is Vice President of Membership. And Shaketta, thank you for everything you're doing this week. And I even got to spend some time with Polly Smith. There's two people that have been, actually a bunch of people behind the scenes that have been doing some incredible support work. I guess we have to start with the very top. Sharon Bonney, who is the CEO of COAPE, has just as a remarkable person, but she is the captain of our ship. And she keeps us all together and really moves the ball in every way. And we're so proud of all the work that she does. And boy, you want to talk about keeping balls in the air. Sharon has like 15 or 20 of them at any one time, and they all are up there, and she keeps them juggled. And keeps them moving forward. So we're so proud to have her as our CEO and want to thank her for everything. Bethel, who was with me today, she's here. I'm not going to put her on camera, but Bethel's been our support staff on site. Michelle, our chief of staff, who's been working behind the scenes, and she heads operations, has been doing a great work behind the scenes of keeping everything together. And Lindsay Lord also has been doing a great job just making sure that we have all the material and everything that we need. So thank you, everybody. I know that there are regional reps that have been on. We met some of them yesterday. Michael Matos was on, and he did a great piece yesterday. We have so many of our staff. Stephanie Rittberger, she did sent us a news piece that she was on. We were able to show that. We'll show that again later on. But to all our regional reps, Kristen Hempel did a piece yesterday also. She was on with Don Finn. I know John Warner and Mary Gaston and Adrian Fontenot. Everybody, all of our regional reps, just amazing people doing some terrific work. And then all the officers on the board of directors, I want to thank you, and including Danielle Cox, who did a piece yesterday with links. So I know I probably am missing one or two people. Erin Verbornik, I know, was on. She was a Students as Leader, took a new position on the COAB board. So I just a big shout out to everybody. It does take a team to do this, and today was kind of our mini Super Bowl. So or this week is actually, and we're really doing a great job. So thank you, everybody. Thanks all the support staff from COAB, and thanks to all the educators across the country that are showing up. We saw in a number of the clips today that educators are getting into this week. They're showing their support. They're getting into it. They're doing from ESL learners, and we saw some students on yesterday who talked about not only their struggles but unbelievable successes that they're having. I believe if we're going to change the world, that it has to begin with education, getting people smarter, and that goes for trying to do things like solving our problem with the labor market, and also getting people smarter and dealing with issues that are tough like poverty and addictions, and education plays such a key part of all that. So we are going to continue pushing and doing the work that we do, and we welcome everyone that can help support it, from all the people on Capitol Hill. So we haven't really thanked a lot of the legislators, but really, thanks for being our voice in Congress, in your departments. Amy Lloyd, Assistant Secretary Amy Lloyd, was with us, and we bumped into her last night, and she was so gracious and gave some time at dinner to just catch up. And it was it's rare that you see that with a lot of our leaders that spend the time with people in the weeds doing some of this work, and we so appreciate it, and we're really we were grateful to have her help us launch and to spend time with her yesterday. And she's also spent some time on the podcast, so you'll get to see that again as well. And all our legislators across the country, we have a lot of mayors, we have a lot of state legislators that have supported adult education, and then we obviously have a lot of legislators in Washington, both in the House and Senate, that are standing up and recognizing the importance of adult education. So thank you, everybody. And I also want to give a shout out to the leader of our country, our president, who has been pushing the ball forward on a lot of these initiatives, and we're proud to be working on them with departments like OCTAE and our Department of Education, as well as the other departments, Department of Labor as well. So, all right, everybody, we got some more guests coming up, so we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our next guest. So hang in there. We are back at the Command Center. We're here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And I am so privileged and honored to have a wonderful guest with us today. Nicole Cluse, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Jeff?
I'm doing great. Nicole is with SAFL Partners, and she's going to tell about all the awesomeness of SAFL. So I'd be remiss, and I have to start this off with a disclaimer. I haven't done this yet, but the disclaimer is that I've done some work with SAFL and continue to do some work with them, and they're just a remarkable organization. But we're going to dig deep into some stuff on adult, and you're working on some great projects. I can't wait to get into them. But why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do and a little bit about SAFL Partners?
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. So SAFL Partners is a consulting firm, and we focus on workforce development in addition to education. And our motto at SAFL Partners is turning passions into outcomes. And that really resonated with me because I started my career out as an adult education instructor. And I have passion for the field, and right now in my current role, I get to support 2 projects directly impacting the adult education field. The first one is the Center of Excellence Project, and that is sponsored by the Department of Labor. And what the Center of Excellence Project does is it focuses on providing technical assistance to the entire country, but through my role, adult education, to really work to align workforce and education to create more opportunities for registered apprenticeship pathways to employment. We all know adult learners. What's the next step? Employment, upward mobility. So that's one project I'm really excited about. And another one is Digital Resiliency in the American Workforce Project. And excited to talk about that too. That one is sponsored by OCTAE, and we work collaboratively with JFF in addition to World Education.
All right, let's kick off the first one. So first of all, tell us what's SAFL Partners? What do they primarily do?
So SAFL Partners is a consulting firm, and we focus on education projects and workforce development projects. So we have projects that span from the Department of Labor, working with Office of Apprenticeship for Technical Assistance. We've done, my previous project was with Job Corps. How do we leverage technology to enhance equity and instruction, especially during the pandemic and beyond in this paradigm shift? There are also various projects for Workforce GPS. Also on the education side, working with Texas Education Agency, doing some great curriculum work and some engagement work around the state of Texas, and of course professional development projects. So we have our hand in a lot of education and a lot of workforce development, but the real confluence is how do we merge the two to accelerate these opportunities?
Yeah, so for the longest time, I felt that the Department of Education and the Department of Labor worked in their silos, and for the last few years, they've been getting it. Like, they realized that, if we're going to get people into good jobs, we got to get them smarter, right? We got to get them skill developed. I want to go all the way back because you said something at the very beginning that that took me. You were an educator.
Yep.
You started as a teacher.
Yes.
So all you teachers out there that are listening, I want you to remember, and I want you to think of Nicole when maybe the classroom you're getting a little tired and you want to do something productive and move forward and move the ball forward in adult education. That there are lanes to go, and it's not just about being in the classroom, but it's also about being an advocate and working in a consulting company where maybe you can really make change happen, and that's by some of the great programs that you do. The Center for Excellence, tell us a little bit, what is it, so that we can understand, and then how can we get connected to it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So the Center of Excellence, like I said, it's sponsored by the Department of Labor. And for the Center of Excellence, it rolled out last year, and we have the opportunity to partner with COABE, is one of our 5 national partners. And like I said, the goal is to really provide various technical assistance resources to support educators, to support high schools, to support the field in creating more apprenticeship pathways. Sometimes when people think apprenticeship, they think carpentry, plumbing, those sorts of things, which are great, but how do we reskill, upskill in other fields, cybersecurity? Tennessee right now is the first state doing teacher prep apprenticeship.
Wow.
We got to rethink education, and I think this is the paradigm shift we're in right now with infusing technology with education and how we teach, and also in terms of opening up other pathways via apprenticeship for students. And tech is also a part of that, because you don't necessarily, we all know you don't have to be face-to-face to learn, but you have to have those digital skills, digital literacy, and access to be able to
Yeah,
do that.
so the apprenticeship piece, I think causes some trepidation for a lot of people. They're reluctant to jump in the pool. But when I look at apprenticeships and the pre-apprenticeship work that even we do and that I see across the country, one of the things that's so important is the recognition that you're actually training them, you're giving them a skill set that employers need, right? And you're getting them into the workforce that way. So the employers are meeting directly. I know we have some partners with some great companies. We recently just did one with LabCorp for phlebotomy. Same kind of thing where you're really giving people a career opportunity and they're embedded in the job, so they're learning those skills that the employer wants. Apprenticeships are a thing I think are one of the most underutilized tools in our country. How can they, if you are an employer and you want to engage, what's the best really way of getting that information about apprenticeships and how to kind of find that talent pool that's out there?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So I don't know how I can share the website, because I can give you the website, but I don't know if I can share it, like ping it out for people to see. But on the Center of Excellence website, there's a lot of really great resources on how to get started and also how to partner with the Center of Excellence, not only to inform TA resources needed, but to help guide the development and test things out as things roll out. So I think starting there would be a really great place to get that support, because we've talked to, again, being an educator and then working with adult education, and we all know around the country, there's different local needs. Right. What works here in DC might not work in another country. Well, it might not work in another country, but it might not work in another state. So how do we create resources that can be turnkeyed and then leveraged to meet the needs of the local economy? And I think about apprenticeships sometimes with reverse engineering. Because what is the demand? What is the skill needed now? And how do we back map that to the programs and the instruction to prepare that pathway for adult students?
No, that's a great point. And I encourage all adult programs that are out there, education programs, to really think about building the apprenticeship model into the work that you do and making it part. It definitely will, to me, it's one of those key factors of getting men and women out of poverty. Because if you can give them that education piece, it's sort of like the IET model, that integrated educational training, where you're putting the fraction piece with the carpentry piece and you blend it together, and it just makes so much sense. And you add some workforce into it, and it's a win for everybody. You mentioned digital literacy, and I want to talk a minute or two about that. The Digital Equity Act was passed as part of the infrastructure bill, and we're in this planning phase nationally of what's going to be coming down the pike. Can you tell us a little about the work you're doing with the digital access and digital equity?
Yeah, absolutely. But first of all, I really want to say something really quick about all
Sure.
the great IET work.
Yeah.
And I know Michelle Carson from Southwell has led that, and I know, Jeff, you've leveraged your skill sets on the project as well. But what we talked about in terms of the Center of Excellence and providing the technical assistance for the adult ed field is how do we speak the same language as in IET to create this framework? Because as educators, we all know there's some things that are the same, but the semantics is different, right?
Yeah.
I worked at DC Public Schools for 6 years, and I'll never forget, I went to this one school, and this woman had been there for 25 years. And when I was talking about this new initiative, she's like, everybody wants to name their own baby. She's like, that was like 8 years ago. But I say this to say, how can we speak the same language to build upon that momentum so it's not something else? Adult educators have so much on their plates already.
Yeah,
and that's plug that before
and that's an important plug, and it's also one of the reasons why we're here for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, is to really raise that voice, so that legislators and others around the country, really people understand some of the challenges that our educators go through, and also the challenges of our students. We've had a lot of students on this week that have had tremendous success stories, and have really changed their lives because of a high school equivalency program they've went through, or a training program they've gotten. So that's super important. But you're not getting away, because I just gave you a softball on the Digital Literacy Act and Digital Equity Act. So I'm curious about the great work you guys are doing in the digital front.
Yeah, so one of the projects SAFL's partnering with World Ed and JFF on is, like I said, the Digital Resiliency and the American Workforce Project. And really, how do we enhance access and equity in this country and really provide those skills for students and educators? We saw this huge paradigm shift during COVID, and it's not teaching here, technology here. And people during COVID were creative, resilient. I mean, we saw so many innovative things. But now that we're in this landscape, how do we merge the two to enhance access and outcomes? But you can't have that without equity.
Right.
And you can't have that without building up self-confidence, self-efficacy to get there. So that's all part of it. So what the DRAW project does, that's the acronym. We love our acronyms. What the DRAW project does is last year we did a landscape scan of the field. What's working? What resources are out there? What are those gaps? And once we've identified the gaps, and the landscape scan is published, it just was actually released September 1st or August 31st. So it's
Wow.
publicly available.
Okay.
So I also share that information as well. But the next phase is now that we've identified these gaps and the need is building professional development resources for educators and for students. And we all know, as educators out there, you want something you can use tomorrow or maybe this afternoon in class. So with these professional development resources, we're approaching it two ways. The first is if you want to, you can take a self-assessment and have a pathway on things that you want help with. Maybe it's enhancing instructional skills, leveraging digital programming, maybe it's assessments, maybe it's leveraging more resources for digital equity. So you can have a learning pathway, or you just need something to use tomorrow on ESL or some other resource that you can go and get and then turnkey tomorrow. So that's really the approach, to build competency, but also something that can be turnkey leveraged.
So
to
that's
enhance
so
access.
important to understand. And, we hear this often from educators that, the challenge is, well, first of all, educators, they're not making in the millions of dollars, right? Often really underpaid and overworked, spending a lot of time. And a lot of educators, through their passion, they're doing work where, it's not just about the classroom, it's about helping people navigate life. And that's part of their job, which who knows how you pay for that and compensate them. But they're there and they're doing this work. But having those resources and those tools are so important. And that's one of the things that attracted me when I first got involved with COAPE was the tremendous amount of resources that they had available to them that people could leverage. And it sounds like that SAFL Partners is doing the same kind of thing. And having those tools, which are turnkey, are so important. If an educator is listening today and they wanted to access some of those tools, how would they go about getting them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the DRAW project, we just published the Links Landscape Scan, and then we're going to be piloting some of these PD products I talked about. They're currently in development right now. We have some wonderful subject matter experts, many a part of COABE, working on that, and then we're working to digitize those and make those accessible. So we're going to pilot those in the spring, and then they'll be open to everybody.
Love it.
So you have to wait, but it's we all know that there's a lot of stuff out there. You can Google, you can YouTube, but do we know it's high quality? Do
Right.
we know it's meaningful? Do we know it's going to impact outcomes? And I think that, like technology, we all know we can leverage it in a way to make things more accessible. So adult educators that have so much on their plates can focus on their students. Like, who's in front of me? How can I differentiate between you, Jeff, and maybe Sharon over here? And I have those resources to be able to focus more of my time doing that when we're face-to-face or in an online Zoom or Teams. But I think at the same time, there's so much access out there, it's ensuring that you're getting high-quality materials to do that.
Yeah, so super important, and we're looking forward to that. Certainly hope that it will get through the Links network. I do moderate for
Absolutely.
Links.
It will be on Links, and that's where our DRAW webpage is right now. So
Awesome.
it's going to be on Links, and actually that's where we're building all the trainings.
Yeah, so if you're not part of Links, get onto Links. It's links.ed.gov, and if for a special bonus to me, you can join the community of practice for correctional and reentry education. But there's some great communities of practice on there, from mathematics to reading to career pathways, and we're adding an equity. Diversity, equity, and inclusion section coming up. So a lot of great communities that you can really get the resources and tools, and all these things are, I call them free 95. They don't cost you anything. You just jump on and you make them all available. So looking forward to that. So we're here really celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the awesomeness of our teachers and students and people like yourself that are really changing the way things, the education perspective in our country. You have an opportunity now, and you have some voice. And the voice today is to the educators, in particular the educators that are out there that may be saying, I'm a little frustrated, and I need to know, what should I be doing? What messaging should I be, and who should I be talking to advance adult education in our country? What would you say to them?
Thank you for that. I'm not sure. Should I look right? Hi, you all.
There you go.
First of all, I want to say thank you. The work you do is amazing. It's not only, as Jeff, you just talked about, it's not only instruction and supporting students, but there's so many other aspects of the mentoring, and you're changing a family's life at many times. And it's not your typical 8 to 5 or whatever that looks like, and you know, always going above and beyond in that resiliency and grit. But I think, you know, in terms of the resources, I think one of the things that sticks out that Jeff talked about is what resources already exist that are high quality, and how do you build that network? Because we're in a moment of time as there's a lot of great resources out there, and there's also not so great resources out there. But how can you capitalize on that to then leverage your time more impactfully to support students? Maybe it's the social emotional portions or other things you need to do in the classroom to support each student differently. And I think too, as you know, an educator, is take care of yourself. It's that saying, and I thought it was so cheesy back in the day. It's just put your oxygen mask on first. And some people think I can't because I have this to do and this to do and this deadline and this exam and all these things. But really just focusing on your social emotional learning as well, and like what brings you, can fill your cup. And maybe it's, you know, getting out for a walk, maybe it's a yoga class, maybe it's a little bit of mindfulness. But I think how educators can fill their cups is so important, and then also build community, because there's communities out there that can provide resources, so people aren't starting from scratch or creating things where they could leverage their time in a different way, because time is the most precious gift, right? And it's how do we maximize
That is just super advice, and I love that analogy. And I'm going to be thinking of that oxygen mask throughout the day, if not weeks and months ahead, because too often we get all caught up in just everything we do, and we forget about ourselves. And it's really, for especially people that are passionate about the work they do, and educators, and students as well, to take a step back and, you know, and appreciate your awesomeness and the fact that you're in the classroom and you're making strides. Even we had a number of ESL students on over the course of the past few days sharing their stories. Legislation and legislators, you know, one of the frustrations with people that are passionate about this work, like you and I and Sharon and the whole COABE team, is that legislation is out there and takes time sometimes, and there's a frustration in moving the ball forward. So we want to impress upon legislators at all levels, from the mayor level and the local levels all the way up, state level to federal level. But what message should they really be hearing? Is it a matter of more funding? Is it what are the things that they need to have their eyes on as they look at legislation?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And one of the things I was going to say when I was talking to you all is the ability to get involved locally. Like, that has a ripple effect locally up to federally. But to answer your question specifically, I think to legislators, whether it's, again, local, state, federal, this is not only a moral imperative, but an economic imperative. This needs to happen, and the statistics show, and I know COABE shared this the other day, that in 5 years, 80% of the workforce is going to need more than a high school diploma. Like, what are we as a country doing about that? And I'm really proud of the work at SAFL is working to support more apprenticeship pathways. That's definitely you know, an avenue, but also adult education field is part of that, and it's critical. 1.5 million students.
Wow.
So it's to me, it's, you know, speaking legislature talk, because, you know, I've been involved in politics. It's to me, it's moral and economic, but spelling out those economic impact to legislators and keeping on the same messaging is so important. But I mean, we need funding, but then also funding needs to turn into outcomes. So how do you map that out specifically?
And that's one of the things that, you know, we're at COABE, we're really looking at is how can we capture data better to really tell the story. And one of the frustrations is we're a large country, and every state often has very different systems in place for tracking data and outcomes, and also the connection between adult education and that workforce piece, and really be able to show that if we give someone the high school education and they go post-secondary or whatever their pathway is to that career, what is the change? What's the economic return on investment for them, and how do you quantify some of that? And I often say the biggest challenge in doing that is the recognition that that it's their children. Their 5-year-old or 6-year-old that now goes to school with a full belly, and, you know, they're wearing nice clothes, and mom and dad are with them during parent-teacher conference, that are going to continue on to education. It's so generational, and that impact is so long-standing. So it's really interesting. We so appreciate the work that SAFL Partners is doing, and and we're going to go back in a minute before I give you a little bit of a challenge. And here's the challenge. Behind you are a whole bunch of signs. Okay. And what I like you to do is, you can go off camera. I want you to pick a sign out that strikes you. Okay. And you can go look at them all.
I feel like I'm being tested.
You are. There's one of them has a new car, keys on the back of it. Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be very
Next year, we'll do it. But yeah, we at COAB, they've done these wonderful signs, and they all have different slogans on them. I've had them up each day, and I'm curious. Wow. Okay. So Nicole's picked out.
This was a hard choice.
It is a hard choice. There was a bunch of really good ones.
Yes.
So increased digital equity. So I guess that totally makes sense now.
Well, let me say why.
Go
when
ahead.
you look at equity, it's a catalyst for digital equity. It's a catalyst for the economy,
Yeah.
right? It also increases racial equity. So it's all of these things I feel like is
Wrapped up in one.
encompassed in that.
I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing. I think that's it definitely especially aligns with the work that you're doing at SAFL Partners, and thank you so much. I know that so I've been working with SAFL for the last few years. I worked on the IET and Corrections Project. You can just throw it back there. It's fine. I work on the IET and Corrections Project and with your team, and it has been an absolute pleasure. That is a situation where SAFL Partners has led the charge to really make a difference in the correctional education and reentry space, and working on it in the field. I've gone out and I provided technical assistance to several states, but been down to West Virginia inside the walls and got to meet with educators to see the work they were doing. And I was glad that that the project's going to continue to move forward, because the IET concept and model is wonderful, but we continue to be innovative and creative. You know, if you, I think it was Einstein that said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And it just, SAFL's getting that, and they're doing some great work. So thank you for everything you're doing. Give it to us again, though. If we wanted to get more information, in particular on the Center for Excellence, where should we be going to?
Okay, so SAFL Partners Center of Excellence. Go to SAFLpartners.com and there should be a link there.
There you go.
I want to give you I want to hold up a QR code. I should have had a big QR code.
Oh,
on
no
here for
worries. I'll
people
tell
to
you what,
see.
send it to us, and we're going to
Okay.
get it up today, okay?
Great.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Center for Excellence is on the COAB website, so go to www.coabe.org. There you go. Take Sharon Bonnie to chime in here.
I know.
www.coabe.org. The Center for Excellence is there, and the Draw Project. I'm really excited about that piece of it. So we definitely will share that out, and we'll make sure the report is posted somewhere on the COAB website so people can take a look at it and see it. And we're excited about that moving forward. I wanted to thank you so much, Nicole. It's been a pleasure having you with us today, and we look forward to keep continuing to advance the ball in adult education. And thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you all for all you do. And this week's been amazing, and excited to partner for the rest of the week and partner for the years to come. And I didn't get the new car key, so
There you go.
whoever's next.
The car comes next year. So we're here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Nicole, for joining us, and we're going to be back shortly with our next guest. Stay tuned. We are back at the command center here in Washington, D.C., and we are live at the Hall of States, and we are celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and we're dropping mics all over the place, but that's okay. It's all good. So we have a great guest that just stopped by from the wonderful state of Maine. Tom Nash, how are you?
I am doing well, thank you. It's nice to be here. Nice to see you all.
It's good to see you. So, Tom, we've known each other through COABE, but
Yes.
I want you to tell everybody you are the veteran of veterans here at COABE, past
thank you.
president, and why don't you tell everybody what you do?
Well, I'm currently serving as the Director of Adult Education in RSU 14, which is Wyndham Raymond in Maine. It's about a half an hour west of Portland, and I've been there for 18 years, but I've been a director in different programs in the state of Maine for 38 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. So you're seasoned. So you're one of the. You're one of the. Yeah, we call them OGs. You're the old guys who give us all their wisdom, and actually have seen things change. So I want to talk to you a little about that.
Sure.
This is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and you've been in the field for so long. What are you seeing? Like, how has education evolved over the last few years?
How is education involved in general, or adult education?
Adult education.
Oh goodness. Well, when I first started, there was a lot less regulation, I guess I would say. You basically you taught the students in the classroom. You didn't have a lot to worry about in terms of I guess I want to say not accountability, but just the regulations. I guess the accountability you just taught, and then through legislation, it became more clear that we had to have that accountability piece, and so I think that has been good for the field. I think it has raised the level of professionalism for the field of adult education in some respects. So I think that I think we have a long way to go still in terms of raising the level of our visibility, which you're doing though with all the advocacy work that COABE does and other organizations do, especially on the Hill. Our visits to the Hill have made, I think, a huge difference.
Yeah.
But I still feel we have some work to do in the area of certification for adult education practitioners. Raising that level of professionalism. But it has come a long way since I started.
A lot more to
started
do.
38 years ago.
So it's interesting too, because I wonder, I wonder if 38 years ago whether apprenticeships was even a word, right? Like, was it something they even thought about?
I don't recall, especially as it related to adult ed. No, I don't recall that at all.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And now we're starting to see more and more this discussion about apprenticeships, but more importantly, the recognition that adult education and getting people smarter and skilled actually brings them into the workforce, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty remarkable. You've been doing this for so long, and I want to ask this question. How many, in the 38 years you've been doing this, how many legislators have you met with to talk about adult education?
Well, surprisingly enough, I did not meet any legislators until we started doing the work with COABE.
Wow.
I remember walking into one of our congressman's offices, and I don't know if it was at 2017, 2018, and it was the first time someone from adult education had ever been to their office here in D.C. So I know that had been done at the local level, at the state level. We invited people to our legislators to our graduations. I don't know how successful that was over those years, but I know I did not do any of that reaching out.
That's crazy.
Probably the first 25 years of my in my role as a director. We just kind of stuck to our local issues. Local legislators, yes, but not the state or the federal.
Times are changing. So we're here celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and one of the things I did want to ask you about is messaging. And the messaging you have today, as we meet with legislators and have the discussion about adult education across the country, what should they know?
Oh, that we're essential. That we are, oftentimes that hand up. I think Sharon Boney has said that before, that we're a hand up rather than a hand, giving a hand out. So helping people, raise them, the whole educate and elevate campaign. So it's so the message is that we're here to help some of the underserved populations and help them develop, have a better life for both themselves and their families. and their communities as well. So
Yeah, super. Definitely generational.
Yes.
Definitely affects an entire family. And that's why I love Family Literacy Week.
Yes.
You know, it's not just about the learner, it's about their families and the impact that literacy has, you know, throughout the whole family chain. So you had, I gave Shaketa. Shaketa is in the room today, and we have a full contingency here. Polly and Regina are here, and I've given out some of our magic wands for people to use. So I'm going to give you one right now.
Oh, gosh.
And for the magic wand, you can change anything and fix it in our adult education systems today. Where would you center that wand? What is it that you'd want to change?
We're talking about just in my state or across the country?
Oh, you can
I
take
can
it wherever
make-
you like. It's your wand. You can do whatever
oh,
you
boy.
want.
Oh no, it's my wand. Well, I know we've been invited to the table many times, both at the state level and the federal level. The wand, I would love to say, if you wave that wand, that everyone would then see that we are an equal partner in this whole initiative, this whole effort. So I think that would be my wish, is that we are truly seen, not just on paper, but truly seen as that valuable, integral, partner when it comes to serving the adult education needs of our communities, our state, and the country.
So that's a great use of the wand. Oftentimes, you had a great line, great saying, if you're not at the table, you're often being served as the meal,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I think for adult education, we should not only be at the table, we should be we should be cooking the meal, we should be serving it, we should be every part of that meal.
More active, I agree.
But also at the table should be everybody else, and that means Department of Labor,
Yes.
and all those key components. Veterans Affairs, and there's so many departments that we have in our government that should be at that table and having the discussion. I love it. Just one or two last questions regarding digital literacy. And can you just talk a little about, in Maine in particular, how are they advancing digital literacy for adult learners?
I think in baby steps.
Okay.
I know we've had conversations about broadband access for many years now. I know that some funding has been made available both at the state and the federal level. I still think there are too many people that don't have access. I mean, I think to me it all starts with access to digital literacy, digital component, computers and other so if you don't have that, then how can you help them with their digital literacy? So in my local program, we actually lend out computers to all of our students. It can be a little problematic at times trying to get those back, but I think it has helped definitely during the pandemic, and then most recently just help keeping them engaged. So we all need to be a part of it. We all need to be involved with it in digital literacy.
Wow.
So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think
does.
in Maine we're making strides, but there's still, even in my own community, which is a half an hour west of Portland, we still have pockets where people don't have access to broadband. So.
Well, yeah, no, that's good, really good, super good to know. I will tell you, I enjoy your glasses on your head.
Okay,
He's wearing his Dollar General, your Dollar General literacy glasses. We're shining a light on adult education this week, and you'll see Tom wearing those all around.
You will.
There you go. Tom Nash, it's been great seeing you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Jeff.
for all your passion in adult education. Thanks for all you do in Maine and across the country, and your voice has been really important, so we appreciate you.
You're welcome. And don't forget to get some of that lobster out there that I just...
Oh, yeah, Tom brought down some. I thought, actually, when you said that the other night, last night, you were telling us that you brought some lobster, and I thought you brought live lobster,
no,
and
I
I was
didn't.
like, oh, yes.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, no, let's lobster meat. Oh,
This
even
is
better.
even better.
That's good.
It's already picked, and
I
it's in
love it.
honor of Maine Lobster Week here in Maine. We're trying to really support the local lobstermen. So
There you go. Good stuff. So we're here at the Command Center. Tom Nash is with us, and we're going to be right back with some more guests this afternoon. And thanks for joining us. See you in a minute. We are back at the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week here in Washington, D.C., and we are graced with Regina Suit. Regina, how are you?
Good. Thanks for having me today.
Oh, it's great to have you. Regina is the president-elect of the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, and we are so fortunate to have you next at the helm after Jody, and you have large shoes to fill, and we're looking forward to that coming up. Can you just tell us a little bit? First of all, I don't know our audience knows enough about you. I mean, they know a little bit because you're very active in the adult education world. But can you give us a little bit about the work you've done in the adult education space?
Sure. Like many people in the field, I started as a part-time teacher. I was a high school English teacher on the Donatham Reservation, and I saw a flyer on the bulletin about teaching GED classes, and I was like, I could use that to pay my car off. And so I started teaching GED at night and fell in love with adult education. So then I would, spend the other nights when I wasn't teaching GED trying to figure out how to get a full-time job. And so I started applying at various places and ended up at Pima Community College as a full-time teacher in the Pima County Jail. Also worked at the state prison and did that for many, many years. Still looking for that elusive full-time adult education position because both of those were combined, still not full-time. And then got a job in coordination and then management, and I retired in 2019 as the vice president of adult education at Pima Community College.
Wow. So you've been, you, like Tom, have just extensive experience in the adult education field, and I know you've been extremely active in COABE and marched your way all the way up to president-elect of the organization, which is incredible. We've been together for the week up here, and I was just curious, can you give the audience a little bit about what they should know about adult education and family literacy week? Why is this week so important?
Well, I mean, obviously, we want folks raising awareness about adult education and family literacy all year long. There's so many ways to do that, and COABE has so many tools and resources. But what's nice is when we can come together from around the country, here in D.C., from everywhere, and utilize all these resources and really shine the light on adult ed and family literacy in 1 week, doing these visits, awarding congressional awards to our champions, having press, having proclamations, all of these things kind of all happening in 1 week, just give us, amplifies what the awareness of what adult education and family literacy does in our nation.
So I want to talk to you about that statement too, because I think it's so true. I think the week is important in and of itself, but I don't want it to overshadow the reality that advocacy happens 52 weeks a year.
Yes.
Like every single day, you should be advocating for better educational funding and support and resources and tools and all the things you need to make that change happen. So it is an important week, and I'm so proud of the work that COABE's done this week and our fellows that have really been out there getting proclamations, and we're seeing all the news clippings, and the few of them have been on live news stations recently. Just amazing stories that are taking place. What's your hope? What do we hope to gain out of this week?
Well, I mean, there's a few specific asks that we're asking of Congress, to increase funding for adult education. But, more specifically, it's not really just about, increasing it for an increased sake. We want to do specific things with that additional money. We want to be more prepared to provide quality programs post-pandemic. We didn't get most places did not get dedicated COVID relief monies. So we had to kind of, the adult ed field had to scrape it together and do the best they could. And so getting this additional funding from Congress would, kind of help us catch up. We want to professionalize the field. We want more programs to be able to hire full-time teachers so that we have, really we're able to provide quality professional development to the field. I think that we want to make sure that we continue to advocate, like you said, year-round. So that's what we're doing.
So it's great because I see in your face that you have this mental checkbox of all these things that we need to do. And it's awesome because there's so many. That list goes on and on. Digital literacy, we talk about digital access. And, we've talked about that with a few guests today, how important that is. And in the field, data. One of the things I know COAB has made a priority is really working to capture better data in the field and how important it is. One of the things that strikes me, and I think you're super good at this, is really identifying the stories. And COAB does it really well as well, is finding those success stories and being able to tell the story through people and the successes that people have in changing their lives. Is there any story in your years of practice that sticks out in your mind, or even through COAB, that you reflect back on and say, you know, I had this student or this family or this teacher or instructor that did something extraordinary?
Wow, there are literally, I mean, I've been, in adult education for many years, and I would say that a part of the culture that I bring from Pima Community College was a predecessor who demanded that we find stories and that we build relationships with our students. And many people that know me or have heard me over the years know that I have a formula for successful advocacy, and that is stories plus data plus relationships. So building relationships with those legislators. I would say one of my favorite stories is a student named Tom.
Is it Tom Nash?
No, not Tom Nash.
Let's make it sure.
And he worked a very labor-intensive job every day. His reading was not that great because his family were missionaries and they traveled the world, and they just didn't prioritize education. He ended up having kids and a family, and he wanted to do better for them. And so he would work this labor job. In Tucson, you have to do labor like at 3-4 o'clock in the morning before it gets too hot. So he would do this job from 3 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then he would ride his bike in the hottest part of the day to one of our learning centers and have a sandwich or something and wait for night classes. The night classes went many times from 6 to 9, and then ride his bike back home.
Wow.
And he was just so persistent. And it took him over a year of doing that, riding his bike in the heat many times after working all day. And so many students like Tom. Truthfully, I could talk literally for 100 hours about students who motivated me to do this kind of work, motivated teachers to put in their all and to accept all of the new rules and regulations and things that they had to add to their curriculum happily, because of our students are really dedicated, and it's hard not to have a lot of respect for them and want to work as hard as you can for them.
Yeah, I have to be honest. I think that if we are really going to change the face of adult education in our country, that it's not going to be because of legislators. It's going to be because of the students and the stories that we tell. And I would encourage every adult education agency out there that one story says 10,000 words, and it really paints a picture of how we can change the world.
Yeah.
And it's so important.
There's a lot of ways to bring stories into your work. You can take a student on a legislative visit, or have students run a meeting when legislators come to your school, to your class. Invite them. We just heard that legislators are going to be on break here pretty soon, and so they're going to all be home in district. It's a great time to invite them into your classrooms, into your graduation events and your National Honor Society events, whatever events there are. Legislators, truthfully, would rather do that kind of activity than probably meet with me just about any day.
For sure, because you remember that it's our students that are out there, our adult students that are actually voting them into office. And we have to keep that at the forefront, because when they walk into the office, oftentimes the legislators will ignore the people that are bringing them there, and they're going to want to center right on that their constituent, and they want to know from them, like, does this work? Is this something that's worthy of my time and efforts? And you raise a super good point about the legislators now going home for election time. There's a 5-week break that's coming up, and super good time now to invite them to your programs. Let them see it, let them feel it, let them touch the program, so that they can come back and say, you know what, this sticks out for me, and we need to put more emphasis on it. I'm going to give you one of the questions I haven't asked a lot this week, but I do want to ask it of you. We had a conversation at dinner last night, and we talked about Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. If there was a mascot for this week, what would you like to see that mascot? What would it look like?
Well, I remember this, even though dinner was late. Anything but veal.
Anything but veal. That's right. Anything but veal. We had an owl this week. We've had a few people that have painted some really good pictures of what it might look like as a a mascot. I actually was thinking, and I'm changing now every day because I'm wondering, should it just be this computer that has multicolors in it and that's prancing around with legs and arms, so that we get some digital.
Like a Roomba.
Yeah, there you go. Great stuff. Regina, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for your friendship in COABE. I am so look forward to working with you over the next few years, and congratulations on moving up. And again, we're looking forward to seeing great things from COABE over the next years going forward. So,
thanks.
Thanks
Thank you,
again,
Jeff, for your leadership, and thanks for putting this together. The podcast has been great.
My pleasure. So we're here at the Command Center. We have a few more guests this afternoon, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back. Thanks, everybody. We are back, and welcome to the command center. It's been a little bit. I was actually just on Capitol Hill and met with Chairman Congressman Yarmouth, and was able to give him a special honor recognition from the Coalition on Adult Basic Education for all of his service and support of adult education. He's retiring coming up, and he's chair of the Budget Committee. And it was just a pleasure talking to him. He is so looking forward to retiring, but appreciative of all the work that we do in the field. And so we're back. We're here at the command center. I'm really excited to be here. And I know Shauna's coming on in a second. I'm excited to talk to her and hear about the awesome things going on her end. So let's just get right to it. We got a lot to talk about. So Shauna Brown is our next guest. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you?
Good. I'm so sorry for if there was a delay there. I just got back from the Capitol, and we were it's a little bit of a maze now because of some of the things that have happened over the past few years here in the Capitol. Getting in and out of buildings is a little more timely, and but that's all good. We got to meet with the congressman, and again. He's from Kentucky, Congressman Yarmouth, and he was just a gentleman. And we talked bourbon, and we talked education, and we talked retirement, and we talked about all the good things that lead after you put in a dedicated life as a public servant. So really excited to be here. And with you, Shauna, Shauna Brown, the Project Read is what she's going to be talking about. But tell us a little bit about you, and how did you get started in the adult education space?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that, actually, because, we all love our own story. But I actually started as a volunteer tutor at Project Read, and my student changed my life. I hope I changed her life a little bit, but I know she changed mine. She was a young mother. She had 2 young girls, aged 4 and 7. And I got involved thinking I'm going to help her learn, help her with some literacy skills that she can use to help her daughters, or that she can use to get a better job to help provide for her family or things. And she walked into a tutoring session one day with a medicine bottle, and she didn't know how to dose it for her 4-year-old. And that was such an epiphany for me, that literacy is so all-encompassing, and things that I just take for granted, like being able to look at a medicine bottle and know how much to give to myself or to a child, is just, I don't even think about it. And that moment for me changed my life, and I realized it was a cause that I wanted to dedicate my life to.
That is such a great story. And wow, it's the strangest things that get you involved in adult education, and those stories are, everyone I think has them. When you talk about adult literacy, it's really passion. Like, we don't get into this because we're going to get rich, right? It's not about the money. It's about the purpose and the meaning and the work that we do, which is all great stuff. So I love it. I love how you entered the field. How long have you been working in adult ed?
For 23 years.
Oh my gosh, that's super passion. That's just not passion. So you would know, like, I've been asking people that have been doing this for a while, like, how have you seen adult education change over the years?
Oh, so much. I mean, just look at the world, how it's changed. Let's just look at the last 2 years, how adult education has changed since the pandemic hit us. And they said, just have them go online. And I went, they don't even have smartphones. Like, my students don't even text, because, if you text me, I don't read it, I just delete it, kind of thing. And so even just in the last 2 years, we had all of these kids come home and try to be doing homework or schoolwork at home. And their parents were expected to be there, engaged with them. And I just knew that wasn't even a possibility. We got this marvelous donation from Google for some Chromebooks. And we had to have an intern put together some videos that were as simple as, this is a Chromebook, this is the power button, this is how you make sure it's plugged in and charge it, like the real basics. And so then the opportunity to go from that to now, where my students are able to join a Zoom class and do things online, and the opportunity to have a hybrid lab, or just, we're doing things so differently. And yet I think adult education is changing faster than it ever has before, because we have to, because the world around us is changing and the needs of our students are changing, and we have to be able to meet those needs, because, as you know, adult education students decide with their feet. If it's meaningful and valuable to them, they're going to be in class and they're going to show up. And if it's not, they just stop coming.
Yeah, and it gets even more than that, because then you give them the Chromebooks and they're like up, and then all of a sudden you realize, wait a second, how about broadband? How are they going to access it? And it's like, wow, we didn't think of that, right? Yeah, I mean, it certainly raises issues that we didn't think about before. And we have made tremendous strides, in large part because of the great work of organizations across the country that are jumping in the pool, that are, really stepping out there and saying, this is important. We need to be on Capitol Hill. We need to be at our at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level, at all levels, and make the case for adult education and why it's important. So we are here during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and I'm super excited because I really, I'm a little bit familiar with Project READ, but can you tell us about the work you're doing and its impact that it's having?
Yes. So we are an adult literacy program. We provide one-on-one tutoring and small group instruction for adults in Salt Lake and Utah counties who are struggling with basic reading, writing, math, or computer digital literacy skills. And so we'll provide a one-on-one tutor, and we also have labs and small groups where they can come in and just practice those skills in a safe environment and learn the things that they need to be successful in their life, whether that looks like as an employee, as a parent, as a community member, as a voter, whatever that looks like.
Well, let's be super honest about this, is that, when we talk about adult learners in the classroom, they often come from places where they probably didn't have the best experience growing up, or they left school early, or it just, for many reasons, they didn't complete or get their high school equivalency, or even get in that certification program that they maybe wanted. And what's interesting about that is that sometimes that one-on-one tutoring that is sometimes the golden ticket, right? That's the thing that can open the door and say, wow, I get it now, because you're providing one-on-one basic support and you're meeting them where they are.
That's exactly right. I think you said it, you hit the nail on the head. It is the golden ticket, because in a one-on-one environment, they can't hide in the back of the class. They can't be kind of the wallflower or the class clown that deflects attention from the fact that they're struggling with it, and we can tailor the instruction to exactly what their individual needs are. Because as adults, the things that I need to read and write might look different from what my husband needs to read and write, might look different from what my adult son or daughter needs to read and write, to my neighbor. That might look different. And so if you're in a job and you need help filling out forms for your job, oh my goodness, please bring that in and let's work exactly on that. If your doctor said you need to be able to get on this health platform on your computer or tablet or phone to access your health information, please bring that to class. That's what we want to help you with. So one-on-one instruction, I think, is a life changer for adult students.
It is more than a life changer. It can't be emphasized enough how important and impactful it is. And yet, to be honest with you, Shauna, across the country, you're in the minority. There are just not enough tutoring programs out there, and everybody. So I'm probably of the minority, I guess. I believe that there were lessons learned from COVID. So Brene Brown, I'm a Brene Brown fan, but Brene Brown took a pause over the summer, and she said, let's just stop and let's just take a breath and let's learn from some of the lessons that we had over the last 2 years, right? And, I think that's what we need to do in education, is kind of take a breath and think back of all the lessons we learned over the course of the last 2 years, and look at really what's worked and what hasn't, but also how we've changed. We've this blended learning environment where you get people smarter by using computers and supplement it with that tutoring and the one-on-one and the classroom space, and getting them moving forward with their high school equivalency. Those are lessons that are forever will have changed adult literacy in our country, because especially with things like the Digital Equity Act that are now coming into play, we'll see more and more people using computers. Does your program do much on the digital literacy front?
We do, actually. So we started with that, little grant from Google for some Chromebooks, and actually have turned it into full-blown digital literacy classes. We're actually expanding to a second and third location because it is such a need in our community. And so we teach there's a 1 hour class where we actually go through and have specific instruction that they go through, whether it's the basics of learning a computer or Google Docs or Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or Excel or the internet or whatever it is that they're practicing. So they have a 1 hour class of instruction, and then the last 30 minutes is set aside for an open help lab. Bring in
That's
your
awesome.
questions, bring in your computer, your tablet, your phone. Let us help you so that you can be successful.
I love it. That's awesome. So here's the challenge. If you want to really show the importance of digital literacy and how what it is from a student perspective, come into your office one day and turn all of your computers to a foreign language, like something that no one would ever know, like whatever it might be, and then let your office staff try to navigate without being able to understand the language. And truthfully, that's what adult learners that's what happens when they get on a computer. Like, it's all foreign to them. Like, what do I click? What does this mean? What does mute mean? I don't understand. What's a share button? How do you do? What are the settings? But put it in a foreign language and give them some perspective of how difficult it could be for somebody that has never seen or touched or used a computer before to really engage. And I think it's an amazing program, and kudos to you guys for really jumping on it and getting the word out there. We're here celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and one of the things that I'm mindful of is that education just doesn't affect the learner. It's a family business, right? It's everybody in the chain is touched, from grandparents down to children to everybody. I'm curious, how does your program, how does Project Read touch the family, and what's the impact on the family from your perspective?
Well, I'm going to go back to my story, actually, of my very first student. So fast forward 23 years.
Wow.
Both of her daughters are university graduates. Her oldest daughter is now married, and she just had her third little girl, her third little grandbaby for my student. And I know that those three little girls are going to know how to read and recognize the value of education because their grandma thought it was important. I had an 82-year-old man come into my program, and he said, my grandkids sent me and they want me to read them all bedtime stories before they go to bed. But one person realizing how, and it's hard work learning to read. It's not like riding a bike where all of a sudden you hop on it and it just clicks and you've got it and off you go. Like, it's a process and it takes time and it's hard. And when one person can recognize that, it affects generations. It affects their kids and their kids' kids and their kids' kids after that. And it can change the entire trajectory of their life and their family's life. And it goes beyond that, even just into the community. I mean, I know COAB has so many stats on, the cost of low literacy on healthcare and just employment and all of these different things. It's dramatic, and we see it right at the individual level, which is so powerful.
Yeah, it sure is. And it does, it's the other thing that I'm really mindful of, and I'm curious about how you guys deal with it, is that our instructors and our tutors are often faced with the reality that it's not just about the education piece, that, the biggest challenge for adult learners is often life. It's all those other things, whether it's addiction, whether it's housing, whether it's food, whether it's diapers. It could be anything. And those are the challenges that our learners face in addition to going to school and trying to navigate those challenges. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, like the family piece of it and the impact, what do you see happening, and how do your tutors and how do your staff deal with that?
That is such a great question, because you're exactly right. Low literacy does affect every aspect of their life. And I love, actually, we are not in a position where we can offer childcare, but on occasion students bring their children with them to classes, and we completely understand that and work with that. And I think it's actually a benefit to those children to see the value that their parents are putting on getting an education. And I had one child of one of my students come and tell me, well, my mom is going to her classes right now, so I'm going to sit over here and I'm going to work on my books because my mom has her school right now and it's really important for her. But it's the opportunity to connect them to all of those things, because we don't exist in a vacuum and there are all of those other things. And so we work very hard in our community to create relationships with other organizations that are serving, or that our students may have needs for. So whether that looks like connecting with Community Action Services and Food Bank, or the Neighborhood Housing Authority, or the local Department of Workforce Services, or something like that, we want to make sure that they don't have to go hunting for those resources elsewhere, that we actually offer once a month It's called our Lunch and Learn, and we invite those community partners in to come and teach one of our classes and talk about the resources. We teach mini series on professional communication, like communicating in the workplace. We have one starting next month on financial literacy skills taught by a bank. Let's talk about how to set up a savings account. Why do you need a savings account? What does that look like? We're going to have one in February on some health literacy topics. And there are just so many other things and other organizations doing such great work where I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I want to make sure that those connections are made and that we're serving the whole student.
Wow. That's just, that's a super, I mean, it really is so important. If people wanted to find out about Project Read and get involved, how would they go about doing that?
Well, we are online, so we're at www.projectreadutah.org, or they can call us. We're at 801-448-READ-7323. Or stop by. We're in the Provo City Library.
There you go. Or you can come watch my commercial that I'll be running over for Project Read after this, because it's just an amazing program, and we appreciate you. We know that it does take a village, and adult learners deserve the best that they can get, which involves tutoring support, involves good resources, it involves some flexibility, so that they can go to find that career pathway. I'm going to give you, and I've been doing this with some guests along the way today, but I'm going to give you my magic wand, and you now have it. I've just handed it to you. Here you go, for the screen. So you have my magic wand, but if you could wave your magic wand and change anything to make it better when it comes to adult education, what would that be?
Ooh. Well, one of the things we have focused on at Project Read over this Adult Education and Family Literacy Week has really been just that awareness piece, that we have people all around us who are our neighbors, who we work with, who are our coworkers. They are here and they are among us, and they are wonderful, incredible people. And maybe they just don't know how to read or write or do math or use a computer. And that does not make them less than. They are wonderful, and they're here. I think there's this lack of awareness that they even exist at all. But then once they do, they think that they must have some sort of problem. No, they just can't read. We all have something that we're struggling with, and some of it's just not as visible. And so I think it would just be that empathy piece, that we can make a difference in someone's life, and the life that gets changed might be your own.
That is just remarkable and really well said. So give it to us again. We want to reach Project Read. How are we going to reach you?
www.projectreadutah.org or 801-448-7323.
I love it. So is there any ambition of taking Project Read across the country?
There are great literacy programs doing great work. Our vision does say that we will be a model program for literacy across the country. So I hope that if people have questions, that they will reach out and ask us, or if they've heard about a program or a service they're offering and want to know more about how we're doing it, we would love to share that knowledge.
I'm not going to be number one on that list, because I'll be reaching out. I want to get some more information. Shauna, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Thanks for sharing your story, and honestly, all the work you guys do. The one reality for many of us that work in adult education and workforce development is we don't really see the results, the true results of the work that we do. We know that they may get a high school equivalency, or they may pass a test or an exam, but the truth is that they're getting jobs and careers, and they're coming out of some of the holes that they faced and challenges. So a big shout out to the entire field, instructors in particular, and teachers that are doing this great work, because without you it couldn't be done. And yeah, thank you, Shauna, for sharing today. We look forward to catching up with you. And again, we're here at the Command Center. We have one more guest today before we wrap, and then we're going to be back tomorrow and also on Friday, and we'll be hosting some more guests throughout the day, all in celebration of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Shauna, keep it up. Project Read, check it out in Utah. If you're out in Utah, stop by and say hi to Shauna, take her out for a drink, or go grab a cup of coffee and find out more about our program. So thank you so much for being, and we'll be right back, everybody. Take care.
Thank you.
We are back at the Command Center, and we're closing out for the day. So thank you to everybody that's joined us today here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., supporting Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Special thanks out to COABE and the COABE staff for doing such a great job. And we'll be back tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow morning on our launch pad. Mission control, but it'll be done from Philadelphia. So we'll see everybody tomorrow, and have a great night. Thanks, everybody.